December 12th, 2022, we acknowledge that the sacred land on which Smith Falls is now located has been the site of human activity for over 10,000 years and is rich in Indigenous history. This land is the ancestral and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. We're grateful to the Algonquin ancestors who cared for the land and water in order that we might meet here today. We're also grateful to the Algonquin people for their contribution in the making of the Rideau Canal, which runs through Smith Falls. We're mindful of broken covenants and the need to reconcile with all our relations. Together, may we care for this land and each other, drawing on the strength of our mutual history of nation building through peace and friendship, being mindful of generations to come. We've got a full slate of council with us tonight. CEO Morris, do you want to do a roll call for staff?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chair. We have with us Director Paul McMunn from Public Works, Director Costello from Corporate Services. We have Senior Planner Carl Grenke with us, and appearing for the last committee and council meetings with the town of Smith Falls, we have Director Art Manhire and Treasurer Janet Koziel. They'll be retiring at year end. And of course, we have Nadine Bennett, our acting clerk. I'm sorry, our deputy clerk. She's not acting. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Morris. Do we have any amendments to the agenda tonight? Seeing none, any disclosure of monetary interest? Seeing none, we've got no delegations. We'll go to adoption of minutes. Does anybody want to move the recommended motion? Councillor McKenna, seconded by Councillor Quinn, that the minutes of the November 21st, 2022 and November 28th, 2022 and December 5th, 2022 committee of the whole meetings be received and filed. All those in favor? That's carried. Do we have any CIO directors reports tonight?
Mr. Chair, we have one director's report from Director Costello.
Great.
Thank you. I've got two items very quickly this evening. One, just regarding our upcoming meeting schedule. We do not have any meetings scheduled December 19th or 26th. Both of those meetings have been canceled, as well as the January 2nd. The next meeting, Committee of the Whole, will be January 9th, with a special Committee of the Whole and Council on January the 16th. January 23rd, the meeting is canceled, and we have a special Committee of the Whole on January 30th. So we can send that out to all of you so you can put it in your calendars, but we wanted to make the public aware. The second item is just a quick thank you to our crossing guards for their commitment and dedication to all of our children in our community. We have had a couple changes in staffing. We'd like to thank Donald Corrigal, who served the town as a crossing guard. Donald's post was at Ross and Percy Street, and he is being replaced by Glenda Corrigal at that location. And second, a thank you to Marcia Saunders. She was located at Brockville and Broadview, and Noella McPherson has started taking on that post. Later this week, she'll be assuming that post. So we'd like to send out a special thank you to those two guards for their service, and just thank all of our crossing guards for all of their work this year.
Thanks, Director Costello. Any questions, comments on the report?
Thank you.
So we have no correspondence issues tonight. We can move to in-camera issues, of which we have three. Does anyone want to move the first one? Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Robinson, that Council of the Corporation of the Town of Smith Falls, as provided in Section 2392B of the Municipal Act, move into closed meeting at 5:04 p.m. to discuss personnel issues about identifiable individuals as it relates to committee appointments. All those in favor? So that's carried. We'll move in camera.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I see Councillor Robinson. Perfect.
Can you see me?
Okay, so it looks like we have everybody back safely. Okay, Chair McGuire, you may resume. We are back in open session.
Great, thanks, Deputy Clerk Bennett. So for 7.1, there was disclosures of conflict of interest. Councillor Robinson declared interest on the selection for the PSB, and I declared interest on selection for the Planning Advisory Committee, so we did not participate in those discussions. So the chair was deferred to Councillor Brennan, who will give a Verizon report for 7.1.
Yeah, for 7.1, Mr. Chair, you declared a conflict, so we had moved into a closed meeting to discuss personal issues about identifiable individuals that relates to committee appointments, and that will come forward at our following council meeting. Hopefully that happens not too long.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Brennan. For 7.2, council discussed the acquisition of land, and that will be added to our committee of the whole agenda tonight to be discussed. For 7.3, council discussed personal issues about identifiable individuals and gave direction to staff. So with that, we can move into our priority issues. 8.1, 2023 budget guidelines report with our treasurer Kozil for the last report. Welcome.
So I'm here this evening seeking direction from council prior to the budget presentation on January 9th with respect to expectations for the 2023 preliminary budget. Our goal is to have an approved budget by the end of March, which we are confident that we can achieve with the proposed schedule. Further to after my report was posted, we did get notification on our OSIF formula-based funding. At that time when I wrote a report, the allocation hadn't been posted, but it has since done so, and we did receive an increase of 15%. Which equated to about 174,000. So our 2023 allocation will be approximately 1.3 million. So to that end, staff are seeking direction from council on the various scenarios that were presented within my report. The first one being develop a draft budget based on the approved financial plans, which, just to reiterate, the water rate increase was proposed at 5.5, the wastewater at 3.5, and tax rate increase at 3.38. And this is the approach that staff will take in preparing the preliminary budget unless directed otherwise. And option 2 is based on the current 2022 average CPI, which to the end of October was 7%. And option 3 being basing a budget on service levels as directed by council. So with that, I'll pause. And if you had any questions.
Great, thanks, Treasurer Kozil. Who wants to kick it off? Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Treasurer Kozil. I support your recommendations. I believe by including the water and wastewater rates increases as you've proposed, that we leave them in there for now. And when we see the full budget, we can confirm, or we can take a look at when we see the whole picture. But for now, I would support your recommendation to leave those rates in as you've suggested.
Thanks, Councillor McKenna. Councillor Brennan.
Thanks, and thanks, Janet, and congratulations. And I'll always be the thorn in the side here, but I really appreciated your input and advice over the last years, and always responsive. So, it's pretty tough to pick a number out of the year. I haven't seen. I mean, you've given us some of the big picture items. I know we don't know what the county's going to be asking, but we kind of know where we're at, and we know where inflation is. But I always say sharpen your pencils up a little more. And I know with the water and the wastewater, as council will know, and my new council colleagues will know, the expense of providing that service. And, we've got to pay it for it one way or the other. So yeah, we can use that as a base, but as we go forward, I'll be always saying sharpen that pencil up a bit more. I think we've done really well in the last 4 years, and the mayor will attest to this. It's been much less than inflation. We know what inflation is, up around 7% now. So, but I agree with the schedule, the rates. I really can't comment on them right now, but it is as a baseline, that's fine. But we can have to try to do better than that, I think.
Thanks, Councillor Brennan. Councillor Quinn.
Thank you. I guess I have to agree with sharpening the pencil. And I know we get so many complaints about our water rates. And I'm thinking that because we have been doing such a great job with finding water leaks, that we are going to be able to get these costs under control. So I don't have a problem with it being the way it is just for now, until we do have a good look at budget and then see what we can do. Because people are having a hard time, and I hate to see these kind of things going up and making it more difficult for people. But I'm very, very impressed with the way that our water and wastewater is going at the moment. We had a great meeting, Jason Barlow, as he took us around and showed us how they're saving money, how we don't have the waste that we used to. So let's just keep a good eye on everything before we say for sure this is exactly what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Quinn. Mayor Penko.
Yeah, thanks, Janet. Do we have any further supplemental tax rolls hitting now, or do you expect any more before now the end of the year? Understanding we've seen growth of about 1.4% over the level of construction. I know a lot of stuff is still underway, not completed. So do we expect anything more probably before year end?
Increased projections for multi-res with the apartment buildings that are.
Sorry, hard time hearing you. Sorry
about that. So we did increase the supplementals, knowing that there were some residential supplementals that didn't get captured in the 2023 roll. So they'll be here, as well as multi-res. So we have added some additional anticipated revenue for those two.
So over and above the 244 then? Okay, so that's encouraging. And to Councillor Quinn's point, we know that our water wastewater teams have done an incredible job of finding detected leaks and reducing that cost. But at the same time, we recognize that I think it's about $500,000 of tax revenue that was used to supplement water rates in 2022. But recognizing, inflation it's that challenge we have. Inflation is hitting our budget. Our expenses are rising. I think our taxes are up. Our insurance costs are going up significantly this year. You factor all this in at the same time, we know that our taxpayers, our citizens are facing increased financial pressures as well due to inflation. And we know that wages are not keeping up with inflation, and recognize inflation should be down by, they're expected down by the end of next year, or certainly falling back closer to the range. People will start to get some relief at some point, but I like some of my colleagues would like to see ultimately a lower rate. But I think considering your comments, Janet, and considering the OSIF of about 134,000 kicking in there, I think we'll use this as a guide. I suspect by the time we come down to the finished budget, we will be considerably lower than what's forecast here as a 3.38. So knowing we have capital work to do, knowing inflation's so high, I'll support what's been shown here, but hope we end up with a lower number when we get to the final.
Thanks, Mayor Penko. Councillor Robinson.
I agree. I'll support it as proposed for now until we see the bigger picture. And then, if it's not something that I like, I'll ask to get, sharpen the pencil a bit, same as other councillors. But I support going ahead as proposed.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Miller.
I agree with what's been said, and I just wanted to jump on and thank you so much for your service over these years, Janet. It's been great to work with you. All the best in your retirement.
Thanks, Councillor Miller. I've got a question on our water wastewater, Janet. Are we in a deficit position in either of those areas right now?
Yes, we are in, again, it's up till the end of November that the budget monitoring has been done. I do have it here. The water and distribution are in a deficit, and the tax supported and the wastewater are in a surplus. The overall deficit is about 35,000. So we're talking quite minimal. So that can obviously take a spin by year. But I don't foresee either way being a huge deficit or surplus at this point in time.
Okay, great to know. My preference on the water wastewater is to increase it at the rate of inflation, whatever that comes in at the end of the year. My reasoning for that is that I believe in full cost recovery for our water and wastewater bills. It's a best practice, and it's not only a best practice, it's also mandated by the province of Ontario that we move in that direction. Our water wastewater is more heavily impacted by inflation, and I know last year we made the decision not to do that, and that's what's put us in this tighter position now at the end of the year. So I'd personally like to see the CPI used for those ones. And knowing the capital infrastructure deficit that we've got in town, I think 5% would be a more reasonable number for me. I think it's still going to be a tax cut when we look at the rate of inflation. We've got 1.4% in growth. So if we increase that 3.38% recommended increase slightly, that would get us to the 5. And I think this is the time when we need to be spending, putting more money into reserves to fix our roads or getting those projects underway. When we think of our 10-year replacement plan, there's very bad roads that are the worst rated roads in the municipality are not going to get fixed in 10 years. So I think as much as it's great to sharpen pencils, we also have a responsibility to maintain infrastructure. And I don't want to see that compromised because of because of poor decisions at the Horseshoe. So I'm not seeing any hands up to endorse any of that, but Councillor Quinn.
Just, and I understand where you're coming from when we're saying sharpen pencils. And maybe water isn't where we have to sharpen our pencil. Maybe it's somewhere else. We just have to keep our minds open to the whole total budget and work to see what we can accomplish here productively and without hurting people's pocketbooks. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, that's a great point. I definitely support looking at operational items and making sure we're spending our money efficiently and effectively. Janet, you've been amazing over the first term I was on council. Any question you could phone, you've got the numbers. I don't know anyone that knows how every dollar is being spent and how you conducted yourself on committees you were on, always having that just that background knowledge of our financial health and how those decisions could positively and negatively affect that. I think it's made a huge difference to get us where we are today. And I really enjoyed working with you. So I appreciate all your support over the last 4 years. Any other questions or comments? Seeing lots of clapping hands. All right. Thank you, Janet. With that, we will move to our 8.2 Honeywell Energy and Greenhouse Gas Savings Report with Director Manhire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just do a very quick introduction. We have Peter with us today, and Peter's from Honeywell. Honeywell project is something that we partnered back in 2017 to identify energy efficiency projects. What we're going to present today is what's called a measurement and verification report, which is basically an update on the prediction of how those projects would impact our operational costs as well as our energy consumption. And Peter will be able to fill in more blanks. If there are questions afterwards, we'll have opportunity for those questions once the presentation is done.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I should be sharing my screen now. Is everybody seeing that?
Yes.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you. So yeah, Honeywell's had the honor of working with the town for some years now. And I'd like to just kind of give you a little bit of a background as to how we got where we are and how it got performed. Many of you may know our name, Honeywell. It's been around for some time. Building Technologies is only a part of our overall organization. We are locally based just in your neighboring Canada area. And again, we've been proud to be working with the city for some time. So the bottom line, the project that we worked on is basically trying to understand where the costs are from your operational when it comes to utilities, maintenance, and repairs and stuff like that. And then what we did is we found a parallel perspective of how we can invest in the organization, in your infrastructure, and so on, and lower that future prediction. And that became a capital investment using your operational budget. And then what we did is we would look at whatever opportunities are available for either additional revenue or, for that matter, grants or incentives that are available at the time. So that gives us the opportunity to put in a project for municipalities like yourself to put this into a project that is considered self-funded and using using us maintaining or being responsible for the risk and of calculations, as well as for delivering those specific details. This is a type of project that we've done in numerous places for numerous years around Canada, but even particularly in our own area here, we've been involved with some of the universities, the hospitals, but in other municipalities, including Perth, the County of Simcoe, Newmarket, City of Charlottetown, and Truro. So again, it's a proven process that we have been successful in implementing and delivering energy savings and implementation. So the process that was followed back then was, you had a procurement. Then after your procurement, there was a letter of intent that we co-authored the criteria in terms of what the mandate would be. After that, we were responsible for developing a project development. It included, the design, calculations, applying for or looking into what applicable grants were available, developing a way to resource it, and then that led us to an engineering report, which became part of the contract. So we had the responsibility of implementation. We installed that throughout your town, and it was now it's in that last stage where we actually did, or are doing, I should say, measure and verification reports annually, and that was what was submitted just recently, and that's what this is based on. When we first started this was based on what we refer to as an opportunity assessment, and that's where we confirmed it. So that, during the project development stage, we followed a few, again, this is where the town had a lot of input in terms of what we were seeing, what direction we would have. We were line by line, there was a cost, there was a utility saving and other benefits from it, especially including greenhouse gas reductions or savings. So that's the carbon penalties that are being talked about at the federal level and so on. So that's the reductions in that. So in the town itself, the report that you have is identifying that we're saving in excess of $90,000 a year. And that was your expected number. And we are achieving in this last year over $96,000 a year. And that's a 7% increase above what was expected. And then the greenhouse gases, we are actually saving almost over 75 tons a year. And this contributed to over 275 tons of carbon to date over that 3-year period. And again, the measures that were included was a lighting retrofit, variable speed drives, VFDs, to slow speed and slow down motors as depending on use, changed the motors, sealed up your buildings in various levels, installed some controls for dehumidification, and as far as your ice rink as well. So again, there's a lot of benefits that happen from these type of projects. Energy is one of them. and your costs, but deferred maintenance was addressed or looked into. And there was investigations and typically with what kind of fundings are available. So as you set your priorities going forward, one of the areas of recommendation or focus that could be available is in the world of now sustainability. Has become a very hot topic across the board, especially with the carbon penalties that are being applied to all fossil fuels, things like gasoline, but natural gas, petroleum, or sorry, oil fuel, and so on. So again, your key areas that we've been focused on, that we have seen in the industry and municipalities is, lowering that carbon, lowering your energy use, increasing air quality, even the health of buildings, managing different sources of power, trying to switch over where possible, as well as helping communities communicate and make this not just a building project, but rather a overall, a community approach. So as you plan your next steps going forward, one of the areas is to understand your objectives, where your opportunities are, and what your approach will be. So I'll focus on this one, just illustration here in the very bottom. This big black box represents what your current your carbon penalty would be. So when they say that they have a journey to net zero, it's trying to get to that new goal. And there's several different ways of doing that. And what you did in terms of your, original project was, just part of it. There's other things that can be done, including fleet efficiency and so on. So that is an area of focus that is definitely going forward. So the financing model, again, looks at understanding your overall spend, understanding where your current operations are, and then seeing what those savings could be. And right now, there's quite a few incentives and programs that are available. So the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has a way to fund projects through a loan that will cover 80%. And that would be the capital project. But before that, they're willing to subsidize feasibility studies. They're willing to inject money into specific projects. But again, there's a focus on your wind and your solar as power generation. There's a focus on your wastewater as well as water treatment, as well as resiliency. And this is a battery storage plant where, you could create the power using renewables, store it, and then use it off hours. And then having dashboards and being able to monitor and report this stuff. So that's one program. There's another program that just opened up again through Infrastructure Canada. This particular program actually will pay up to 80% as a grant. So the previous one was a loan, had some grants included in there, but this one here is specifically a program that you have to compete for. It is quite sensitive. It got oversubscribed the last time it was out in 2021. But it's reopened again. And this is a program that could be quite in line with what you're looking at. So again, it's looking at, when I say stackable with other programs, it's a great program to add to your funding opportunities, how to raise money, how to capture and address your overall issues. This way, these type of projects can be covered off by these type of initiatives, and maybe preserve your other funds for other initiatives that you may have throughout the town. Again, we're prepared as, working with the town, and in addition to working with your M&V reports, identifying the overachievements, we could actually revisit what those opportunities are now, currently, as well as understanding what the potential going forward in terms of funding and what that size of program is, depending on what your sustainability programs are. So that's it for me. I don't know if there's any questions at this point.
Great, thanks, Peter. Any questions? Councillor McKenna, maybe if you can pull your screen down, Peter, we can see everybody again.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peter, thank you for the slide deck. And we've been following these savings and investments for a number of years. When we estimated that target of dollars saved back in 2018, 2019, and going forward, were they in the dollars of that day? Because the costs of energy have gone way up. So is that calculated in your figure of 107%?
Yes, so what we've done is we made the calculations based on the units of energy and then related to the current rates. So it is reflected in that. Those rates are, those increases are shown in there. So that's why some of your overachievements are because of some of those rates changes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McKenna. Any other questions, comments? Mayor Penko?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. And obviously, it's great to be ahead of target and where we set ourselves up in 2017. But obviously, we still have a long way to go to get towards carbon neutral. And I'd like to understand a little bit more about the GHG pathway feasibility. And you said the grant available, that's potentially available for that. Would that take at Don, you're not muted. Sorry. Would that take a holistic look at our assets, our highest consuming, energy consuming assets? I think of our wastewater treatment plant, where it's very energy intensive, right? With the natural gas, the heating up through a heat exchanger and a pelletizer, and it's just long term is something that's probably not sustainable if we're going to ever get to be carbon neutral.
Correct. If I understand the question properly, there are a lot of opportunities, and yes, we would be looking at, and we did look things holistically. Unfortunately, there were some initiatives that were not gone forward with at the time because of the economics. So the paybacks weren't there, and they may be quite different now. So that's kind of where, especially with carbon penalties coming on board, rate of natural gas in the next, I would say 5 years, it's going to be very expensive to heat with natural gas. And a lot of places have already looked at fuel switching. A lot of hospitals are even looking at ripping out the natural gas boilers and putting in electric boilers. So that's kind of where carbon penalties are going to be having a significant effect on your operating budgets.
Well, especially, I guess, if there are grants available to help with that cost.
To avoid that, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess, so the one is on page 13, you mentioned the GHG reduction pathway feasibility. So is that a grant to do additional study on specific assets, or?
Yeah, it's that grant would be there's a feasibility aspect of it. So they would help pay for that feasibility. Sorry, yeah, that's the FCM program you're referring to?
Well, it's on your presentation, page 13, the GHG reduction pathway feasibility up to
Yes.
for 80% of the study cost. Yeah.
Yeah. So the initial first step the first requirement is to do that study. And that study would show exactly where all your greenhouse gas emissions are coming from. And then that would allow us to recommend some approaches on how to mitigate that and how to deal with going forward. So that study in itself would be paid for in full, up to 80%.
And that study is required in order to apply for additional grant.
The actual capital project, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So logical next step.
Yes. And that capital project, again, is only a loan, but doesn't prevent you from having an application for the other program through Infrastructure Canada as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Director Manhire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so staff are looking at the green and inclusive piece in order to try to identify some of the projects that we have identified. And as the mayor indicated, when we did the opportunity assessment report and did the baseline study, the water treatment and wastewater treatment plants were 1 and 2 in terms of our energy consumption and costs. So certainly that's potentially where we have some low-hanging fruit. Before we initiated the Honeywell project, we had taken a look through another project or another funding source for the lighting at the arena as an example. We had 780 T8 light bulbs, but at that time, it wasn't cost effective for us to change to LED lighting in that space. 2 years later, we do the study, the technology has changed, and it became cost effective for us to do, and the payback period was 6 years. So that change over the last 5 years is also something that we're looking at in order to identify projects that may be viable now that maybe weren't viable before, but also adding in the funding stream allows us to expand that further so that we can capitalize some of that cost.
Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would encourage us to consider, and it was referenced in your slide deck, Peter, that the town maybe, because we have this experience and wherewithal, that we could, I noticed there was reference to either the business community, other corporations, or the general public benefiting from a broader review. And I think it fits nicely with our climate action focus that we're bringing forward, so that, you know, perhaps a broader community energy plan could be considered by this council if we once we get that task force up and running and get our head around that. Because it's a shame that we've got all this knowledge and not to share it with and see how the residents or businesses could also benefit from some of the work that we're doing.
Thanks, Councillor McKenna. Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, this is really great news. And when we embarked on this, I think in 2017, it was new, and we've exceeded expectations, and there's more to do as we see, and I think we can do that. I just want to give a shout out to Director Manhire for shepherding this through and actually selling the council of the day on it. And great job. And you know, it's easy when people say, well, what are you doing about climate change? Well, you know, we've done this this energy audit, and we've saved a bunch of money, and we're going to save some more. So thank you, Art, for this, and to Honeywell as well. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Brennan. Seeing no other questions, Mayor Penko.
Yeah, just wanted to, I guess, looking through the agenda here, I assume this is Director Manhire's final official presentation at a council meeting, or at a committee of the whole. So, Art, thank you for your years of commitment in the community. You've led us through some challenging times. This is a great example of the work you've done and the legacy you will leave behind. And we know you're not going far away, but again, thank you for everything you've done for us in your 7-8 years. Yes. Okay. All the best.
Great. Thank you, Director Manhire. So with that, we've got 8.3 Smith Falls CIP framework for implementation with Senior Planner Craig.
Good evening, committee. Just in October 2022, the previous council adopted a new community improvement plan, which was prepared by Dillon Consultants, which includes a total of 15 separate incentive programs that are intended to facilitate and support development proposals that align with the strategic goals of affordable and attainable housing, brownfield development, universal accessibility, and downtown revitalization. And these goals were identified through the previous planning process. So as noted in the report, Community Improvement Plan is, of course, a policy document that allows under Section 28 of the Planning Act, that allows the municipality to financially support development in a way that improves the quality of life and viability of the community in ways specifically set out in our official plan. So this CIP replaces a the 2013 version, which was the town's first and which focused specifically on the downtown core. The plan, of course, was well used, but it had reached the end of its duration. And like every first attempt at a new policy tool, we needed to review and update it in terms of scope, geography, and process. So this new CIP is written to be a 10-year document and also written to be quite flexible in allowing the municipality a fair amount of leeway in terms of how and what it wants to support and fund, and to open and close funding programs in a given year over the life of the plan. While the plan is slated to come live in 2023, Council is asked to provide direction on several key implementation items as documented in the report, and all of which will allow us to begin planning for the launch and activation of the new CIP. The first question posed by Council is which programs do they wish to activate this year? The recommendation from the consultants was to start with fewer in order to give us a level of comfort with operating the new CIP and gauge interest, which is important as the budget will not be unlimited for CIP. However, there is also interest in other departments about opening as many as possible in order to cast the net further and wider. From an engagement process, we heard and accordingly are recommending to focus on programs that apply to the downtown and focus most of all on exterior improvements in the first year and those that are of medium size. We recognize the interest to prioritize and open the attainable housing and brownfield redevelopment programs. However, as noted in the report, the attainable housing requires additional work to identify Smith Falls-based attainable rental rates to monitor or to administer the discount-based incentives. We're currently seeking quotes from a qualified consultant to help us develop that program and help us define and administer this important project on a yearly basis moving forward. And we're hopeful that will allow us to open these programs sooner rather than later if Council so chooses. Council is also asked to provide direction on a budgetary allocation for the CIP. Traditionally, with the downtown CIP, Council has set aside $50,000 in reserve to support projects. For a new CIP that covers the entire town and also includes accessibility enhancements, additional residential unit support, and a broader range of fee rebates, there is an opportunity to increase that reserve. Being the first time many of these programs are offered, it's difficult to estimate how much uptake would be or what the right number is, especially with many important budget considerations. Staff are recommending 100,000, which is a figure that would fund roughly 4 medium-scale projects or potentially several smaller ones among the activated programs. Following this year, and once we have a sense of the level of interest and what programs we want to promote, we can look at a different number next year and in future years. It is understood that many of the brownfield and housing related programs do not come with a budget tag, but rather exist as foregone revenue through tax abatements. Finally, Council is asked to provide direction on the composition of the working group to evaluate and make recommendations on the programs that include a degree of design subjectivity, including downtown facade enhancements. The CIP outlines that most of the programs that come with most of the other programs come with simple comply or don't comply eligibility requirements. Those would be reviewed by my office with recommendations based on eligibility and financial availability on a first come first served basis. There's essentially no subjectivity in those, with the final decision, of course, with Council. And subject to any, and I would, of course, and fully expect to consult Council with others as needed to help inform these recommendations as they relate to code and other things. The recommendation to establish a working group to evaluate some of the other applications recognizes the importance of having several sets of eyes on applications regarding unique perspectives and design, which would assist us in developing a wholesome recommendation to Council. Through our consultation, we did hear feedback that this working group should include public members in order to evaluate the expenditures. The recommendation in the report echoes the consultant's recommendation that a staff working group is a best practice in their experience. And that recommendation was identified as a best practice and noted through the staff research that it was the most common approach in studied comparator municipalities. The multidisciplinary staff review approach would bring technical expertise to the table in reviewing the applications, such as ensuring working drawings meet universal accessibility, while protecting applicants' privacy. For those who are most familiar with interpreting Council's approved policies and guiding documents, we'll be reviewing the applications to determine if Council's vision and goal is achieved by the application. At this time, staff are requesting that council adopt a series of resolutions. So from this point, firstly, we'd be looking for a resolution outlining the suite of programs to activate for the 2023 year. The staff report recommends a series of programs. However, council can choose to activate a different one. This is the recommendation that's the most time sensitive. So in order that we can get started with the pre-consultations as well as beginning with publicity, it would give applicants ample time to prepare their application packages and encourage the application ready for submission when spring intake opens. We also seek council's direction on the budget allocation, as that will help us be able to plan for the upcoming work with the knowledge that this will, of course, not be set in stone until approval. Council has advised that while applicants can pre-consult any time, the application intake only opens once the budget is approved, and the intake is proposed to close in March 31st. With the new council, we recognize the budget approval may be delayed. So in that case, in that event, if it doesn't look like there is a reasonable amount of time for the application intake, we may recommend to council that a resolution be adopted extending the time for the application intake until later in the spring. And then council also, or staff requests that council adopts a resolution regarding a composition of the working committee. So at this point, there's a fair amount of information in the report and in the new CIP, and we look for council's preliminary direction on how you'd like to proceed with the CIP and some of the first steps and decisions to make there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks, Carl. Questions, comments? Mayor Peko.
Thanks, Carl. I think we've all been anxious to see this come forward and some great discussion points. I support the seven incentive programs, but would like to recommend or have a discussion certainly on program 4. And I appreciate the need for defining for some work to determine the rental rates and a rental rate monitoring program for attainable housing. However, the one exception I would see to this would be developments by not-for-profits in creating rent geared to income units, because we don't need the rental rate measurement to determine a rent geared to income unit as being subsidized by the county. And specifically, obviously, we have one bill going on in town right now that I think would warrant a program 4. And when the units are rent geared to income, I think it could be an exception to the need to determine the market rate rentals, because it doesn't apply in this situation. So I'd like to give the committee to consider adding program 4, attainable housing permit fee and planning application fee to the suite of incentives for 2023 based on that caveat. Secondly, I can appreciate, we had a budget discussion earlier, we'll have budget discussions again, and if 50,000 was sufficient for our previous CIP, I don't think 100,000 is sufficient for all the suite of CIPs, I guess, programs that are available through this. And so I'd like us, I guess, to consider more, make it whittled down within the budget. But I think to truly provide the effectiveness of what we've invested in here, not just invested in what we're going to provide for funding in the future, we've invested in getting to this point to offer this suite of programs. I'm not sure 100,000 is going to be sufficient, but it all comes down to, I think, the budget time, and we determine where the pressure points are. And finally, when it comes to the working committee, I appreciate the direction that you've given here. And I can see the merit of having a staff working committee. The privacy factor is a consideration, but at the same time, I see the merits of having a public-facing committee, as we have in the past, making those decisions and recommend, or at least recommendations coming back to council for approval when we're dealing with public funds. And I think if our taxpayers have the right to know which property owners in town are receiving public funds through the CIP. And that's it for my comments for now.
Thanks, Mr. Franco. Why don't we dig into the affordable housing discussion that you brought up and just see if there's a consensus for that? Does anybody want to comment, Councillor Brennan?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. My question would be, what would the value of that be per project? I don't think it's significant. Carl?
Carl?
One moment.
Okay,
Sorry,
no
through you,
worries.
Mr. Chair.
looking it up.
I'm pulling it up.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I mean, I'll just, while you're looking there, I'll just comment that, yeah, I don't think it's significant. And I think that we've already acknowledged the value of affordable housing in our on our DC proposal or bylaw that you know, we've acknowledged that the DCs may or may not apply to affordable housing initiatives and at our discretion, but apparently it won't be at our discretion, but I think we've acknowledged that already. So I think this would be a further acknowledgement. I just want to confirm that it's not a significant amount of money anyway.
I think the building permit fees are, like, it depends on the size of a project, right? But I think as an example, like the Cambridge one is probably, is it around 4% the value of a build? So if that's the case, it's $40,000-$50,000 probably, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, not insignificant.
Carl?
He's got it.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the mayor's estimate, I believe, is close to that for a project of that size. The under program 4, the assistance can be in the form of providing a rebate of up to 100% of building permit fees and planning application fees associated with the attainable rental units. So in the event that so if a building permit is 100,000 or if the building permit is $50,000 and our budget allocation is 100,000, then it could be we could fund up to that would take up to half of the budget allocation for that year.
Yeah, through the chair, and I think the mayor's got to go ahead.
Yeah, would that not just come over building reserve? If it's a building permit refund, which is a very healthy reserve.
Carl, do you want to answer that?
So I would direct that question to CAO Morris. I know he had undertaken some research with respect to the building reserve as it relates to to fee reductions and reimbursements.
Yeah, through the chair, it's a good question. I would be speculating if I tried to answer it right now, so I will research that tomorrow morning and let everyone know what the balance is.
Any other questions, comments on the affordable housing? Councillor Brennan?
Just through the chair, yeah, I would sort of, depending on what that answer is, I don't want, you know, half of what we're putting in is going to do that, then I think we should look at some sort of percentage or just an acknowledgement of because we've got a whole suite of things here. I don't have an opposition to including it, but not at that sort of rate. I'm sort of surprised it was that much.
So I think at this point, let's narrow in the debate a bit, because we can turn them on tonight, and then we'll have to have those discussions on funding numbers later as the applications come through and they come past our desk. Is there any issues with turning on these programs tonight? Councillor McKenna.
I know that the previous council debated just a limited start, or and staff took that and didn't include the attainable housing option at this time. I'm curious as to know why. Maybe that was our direction last time we talked about it. I can't remember, but I know we did want to start with a modest kickoff and then add new programs as we went along over the 4 years. And it's not that one is more important than the other, but is there, staff obviously didn't include this one, and I just wondered about the rationale as to why in the report.
CEO Morse?
Yeah, I think in general, there's an acknowledgement that 15 programs is too much to fund in 1 year. So the guidance we received for the recommendation in front of you was based on the surveys that we did and the feedback we received. So I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here tonight. It's a matter of limiting it to, we thought 7 would be enough to start with, but we're certainly open to committee's direction in that regard, in terms of what would make the most immediate impact.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, a project that's already underway, I don't know if we could retroactively apply. Could they apply retroactively? Because Kerr Bridge's initiative is well underway. There may be future ones, and we hope there are, but unless there's another attainable housing project that's underway now that would be eligible in the next fiscal, would that even qualify? So maybe but maybe by adding it, you're encouraging another one to come forward next year. I don't know. Is it even eligible, the current one that's underway?
Thanks, Councillor McKenna. I think like all of these questions are good. Yes, CEO Morse?
Perhaps I'll refer this to Carl, but I know the previous CIP, the funding was not retroactive. If you started the project, it wasn't applicable. So I'll turn to Carl to see if that's still the case with the new policy.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did consult with the authors of the CIP in the event this sort of situation came up, and the direction we have with respect to this particular project is that it is not precluded in the plan. It is based on it being started within the date of the CIP and not completed. The CIP policy would not exclude this project from eligibility under program 4. So the final decision would of course rest with council.
Okay, thank you.
I think when we're looking at turning things on or off, I think the best way to look at it right now is that if a not-for-profit that was starting a new development was checking all our boxes, would we want to be able to provide them with the funding? And I think the answer would be yes, from my perspective. And from my experience on the CIP since 2015, we've never had a glut of applications. It's been more of a challenge to recruit high-quality applications. So I don't share the concern that if we turn too many taps on, that we'll all of a sudden be overwhelmed, because at the end of the day, it's a first come, first served program, and there's only 100 grand to go around. So there's no increased workload on staff by turning on more programs. 100 grand is going to be handed out at the end of the day in a perfect world. And based on past performance, it's more than likely some of that money is going to go back into reserves. So is there any other comments on turning on the affordable housing streams before we move on from that one? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, and thanks, Carl, for your report. Councillor McGuire, I agree with you in that I think the economy will dictate what projects are needed and which will come forward. So I'd be open to turning on all the available programs. I also appreciate Mayor Panko's comments about the value of money. If we're going to have a large range of programs available, and with the current growth in our economy, I would support increasing the allocated funds for this as well.
Great,
I don't know if that helped you or made your job harder, Mr. Chair.
No, I think so. Maybe let's finish off the affordable. We've got Mayor Panko, Councillor Miller, and myself in favor. Councillor McKenna, we've got a consensus on turning on the affordable housing streams. To continue on your point, Councillor Miller, I feel strongly about turning on the Interior Universal Accessibility Improvement Program #2, as well as the #7, the Universal Accessibility Co-application, and 9 and 10 for the brownfield development tax increment, equivalent rebate, and the building permit fee and planning application fee rebate. Is there any comments on those, on that round of ones, Councillor McKenna?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do recall that when we rolled this one forward, I do think we need to limit the number of projects that we would turning on at this. I just think it's a new process for staff. I don't agree that we won't see a big uptake. I think we may see that. So the number 4 for the attainable housing, I was supportive of, but I would stop there and follow staff's recommendation on what they believe is achievable in year 1.
Great, thanks, Councillor McKenna. I could take the brownfield development ones off the table, but I feel very strongly about the accessibility ones. I don't understand why we'd have an exterior program with a ramp to get into a building, but then no accessible washroom once you're in the building. And then the co-application would be in line with having 15 turned on, which is already recommended. So that's number 7 for the housing co-application. Is there any strong feelings on the accessibility ones, Mayor Panko?
I mute myself. No, I agree with number 7. And I mean, to your point earlier, Mr. Chair, I mean, if someone applies for an accessible washroom, I know it's probably $20,000 or $25,000. So if we're looking at a $1,200,000, maybe a little bit more than that, I tend to think over the application period, we're probably not looking at many more than 8 or 10 applications, and maybe even less than that approved. And considering, I believe we have a lot of barriers to accessibility within our community. And I think probably one of the biggest reasons our businesses have not been able to move forward is because it is significantly expensive to do so. And if we're going to have exterior improvements to get people into the building, it still doesn't work for them if you haven't got an accessible washroom. So I think those improvements have to go hand in hand.
Thanks, Mayor Panko. So I'm seeing 3 people in favor. Councillor Robinson.
I agree with everything that Sean just said. If you're going to have accessible access to the building, then you've got to make it accessible inside as well. So I'm in favor of that.
Great. We've got consensus to add number 2, the interior universal accessibility improvement, and number 7, the universal accessibility co-application. I think that ends the conversation of turning the taps on and off. Is there any comments on turning programs on and off for 2023 before we move forward? Seeing none. Okay, great. So we've got consensus on that. Mayor Panko brought up earmarking more money for the 2023 budget. Senior Planner Gregke.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm just to confirm, council's direction is to turn on the programs that are identified in the staff recommendation plus programs 2, 4, and 7. That's what I have written down.
Yes, I believe so, right, Mayor Panko?
That's what I agree to, certainly.
Okay. Okay, great. So if that's clear, we can talk funding allocation. Is there any comments to follow up on Mayor Panko's discussion? Mayor Panko?
I don't want to dominate the conversation, but a number of years ago, when we decided on community grants, we had 1% of tax revenue. And so as our community grows, our tax revenue grows, that bucket has grown. And rather than having a fixed amount, at least at this stage, I guess I look at, would this represent another 1%, which would be about $170,000. And obviously, if it's not, we don't have a full uptake in a year, that could be carried over to the following year and reduce the net cost of tax revenues the following year if it's held in a reserve for the following year. So I think just that way it keeps pace with the inflation that we're seeing, the growth in the community, which is more than representative of the inflation in our community.
Thanks, Mayor Panko. If there's no, Councillor Quinn. Oh, you're muted. We can't hear you, Councillor Quinn.
I was making racket before, so I turned my volume off. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I'm taking this all in, and there's so much here to learn, and I haven't been around for a while, and there's so much to take in. There really is. The one thing that I would really like to see, though, it doesn't have to necessarily be a big production, but let's just bring back information about how this money has been spent so that we know it's really doing what we want it to do. You know, like I said, it doesn't have to be a big production, just so that we know we're spending our money wisely and that it's actually being effective. So, thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor Quinn. So if there's no other comments, discussion on the funding allocation, maybe we can say to staff, 100's the minimum. We want to try to do as much as we can. You guys have the big picture when you're doing the draft budget to try to put as much as you can into this envelope to fund the CIP in 2023. Is that good enough for now? Because I don't know if we set a number with the amount of information we got in the budget report. I don't know how much. CO Morris. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think if there's an appetite to increase it, we should set a target. I would just go back to the previous discussion about budgets. There was some reluctance to raise taxes by 3.38%, yet we're adding more money. So it is a first draft, but perhaps a percentage of the budget. I like the mayor's idea. That's about 170,000. 1% would be about 170,000. It doesn't have to be 1, it could be 0.8 or it could be 0.5, but I think more definitive direction would be helpful for our first draft.
Okay, so we'll put 1% to a straw vote. Seeing 2 hands up. Do we have a third? Not seeing one. 0.8, I'm not sure where that would put us in, but over 100. Councillor Brennan, did you have a?
Yeah, I would propose going with staff recommendation at 100, and then it's new, and see how we do.
Great. Let's do a straw vote for the 100.
I'll go for that.
I'm seeing 4 hands, so the consensus is to stick with the 100,000 for now for the 2023 budget. The last point was on the working committee. I definitely agree with Mayor Panko's comments on that one. I know in the consultation to come up with the new CIP plan, the idea of a future committee would be something like a council representative, a citizen representative, a member of the accessibility committee, member of the heritage committee, and a member of the DBA or a business representation. I think that the committee can provide a lot of value in analyzing these reports, and then there's a lot of expertise in the community that can be used to improve the applications. I think it's also an important form of public consultation that that brings those discussions into the public forum. So I definitely support having a working committee and having the working committee view more than less. Is there any other questions, comments on the working committee? Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, though, the proposed staff committee that would work on this would be similar to our charitable requests. They would put together their recommendations and bring it to council for final approval and discussion. So wouldn't that still be making it open for public knowledge?
Yeah, it's a good point. I think the difference is that when it comes to the community grants, the grants are analyzed based on the applications presented, and it's fairly like with the nature of the events, it's a fairly straightforward process now. When it comes to these CIP applications, it's been not very straightforward in the past, and because design is such a big component of these applications, having some expertise in that area from the public, I think, just adds to the depth of the conversation. Not to I don't see any harm in having both sides weigh in, because for example, we've all seen a ramp that ruins the architecture of the front of a building, and I think it's important that those kind of things are noted when these applications are being analyzed. So Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Councillor Miller. I mean, this certainly should just be subjective. The applications and objectivity is not really. I mean, there should be clear parameters. There should be a scoring system or whatever, and staff or whoever you've got proposed here can look at it impartially and rank it, and then take those rankings to council, and council can make the decision. That the committee itself, if it's staff, they don't make the decision, we do, and they should have the criteria in front of them to tell us where they rank. That's my opinion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Brennan. Any other questions, comments on this before we can go to a straw vote on it? Not seeing any, so for those in favor of having a working committee with members of the public, not seeing two, myself's three, and then those in favor of going with the staff recommendation. I'm seeing four, so that carries as recommended. All right, so is there any other anybody else want to open any conversation on this report tonight? I'm not seeing any, so I think is the committee's direction clear, Carl and Nadine?
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
this item will be added to the council agenda, so Planner Granke will just add those modifications of the additions, and we'll have that sent out to you in between the two meetings.
Great. Thank you very much, Carl. And you're staying with us for the strategic planning report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The staff are bringing forward a recommendation that committee directs staff to undertake a strategic planning exercise to review and guide the town's operations in the service area of heritage conservation for the purpose of institutionalizing and formalizing our heritage conservation services. Heritage conservation is one of the most rewarding and enjoyable subject areas that falls within the jurisdiction of planning services, and where myself and my colleagues have learned a lot in recent years. The official plan recognizes that Smith Falls' history provides a significant contribution to our sense of community identity, and the goal outlined in the cultural heritage section of the plan is to identify, conserve, protect, restore, maintain, and enhance cultural heritage resources in order to promote a greater sense of historic awareness and community identity. The plan includes a number of policies that provide direction for when development is proposed in or around a heritage area as defined and guided by provincial policy. The official plan also allows us to do more in terms of commemoration, incentives, and planning in order to achieve the broader goal, but the OP doesn't tell us what to do or how to do it. That's up to us through our own operations and subject to council's priority. The Municipal Heritage Committee has a mandate set out under the Ontario Heritage Act to provide council with advice on heritage designations and alterations, as well as a non-statutory role in supporting programming and advocacy. Other institutions and organizations within the town, including the Heritage House Museum, also have a role in this regard. With the new term, as well as in consideration of the work the town has undertaken in the last year with updating our heritage designation bylaws and is looking to undertake in the coming years, it has highlighted the importance of longer term and broader scope strategic planning for heritage conservation that will both guide the MHC's annual task focused work plan, as well as complement and support the important policy work being done. The Municipal Heritage Committee was consulted in the preparation of this report, and they broadly supported the idea of strategic planning for heritage conservation, as this has not been done before, and it gives us all an opportunity to support and enhance this service. Committee members do not want to see this done instead of the proposed Heritage Conservation District study work, or to delay the HCD, which is a project identified and supported by the MHC and to be considered by through council's upcoming budget process. This point is well taken, and changes to the planning process through Bill 23 relating to limiting the design work through the site plan process highlight the need for discussions around this table about how we as a municipality look for a heritage sympathetic development in our downtown core. It is intended, depending on council direction, that these items proceed separately as they are not dependent on each other. However, they do complement each other. The Heritage Conservation District process is proposed to be sourced out externally due to the technical nature of the background study, pending council approval through the budget process. However, the strategic planning process would be done in-house. A strategic plan gives us the opportunity to look at heritage conservation across the whole community and bring the community into the conversation through engagement, which will help us identify a vision. We would work with stakeholders, key being the Municipal Heritage Committee, as well as the Heritage House Museum and others, to identify what works and what we can do, both in applying the tools we have available to us under legislation, as well as exploring new ideas for heritage. The report identifies a number of strategic goals and actions that can come out of this. Making heritage accessible is an example, with potential actions including improved mapping as well as publications. We can also look at the skills development, incentive programs, different forms of recognition, and formalizing and improving processes related to designations, which is certainly a best practice in the field. And potentially there may be tools that look at unique landscapes or areas outside of downtown core that we can look at after the downtown. A strategic plan for heritage conservation is not a statutory document, which means there isn't a checklist of things that need to be in there, but rather gives us the flexibility to listen to the public and stakeholders, including the MHC, and gives us a Maiden Smith Falls roadmap for how we best enhance our heritage planning services and process. We are looking for the strategic plan to answer several questions. Who are we now? Looking at policies and the organizations we have. Where do we want to go? Identifying and defining a community vision through strategic goals. How do we get there, which includes the specific recommendations over short, medium, and long term? What resources do we need? And that's not just money, but what else? And finally, how do we measure success? The recommended actions within the strategy are meant to augment the existing actions of staff and also identify process and operational improvements, including training existing staff on best practices of heritage conservation and liaising with the MHC and others on matters of municipal heritage interest. Ultimately, council would be the final approval authority for this plan, and the plan would be based on feedback from our community and stakeholders, as well as best practices, research, and recommendations by staff. And it will be implemented and administered by staff working with the great community resources we have. There is, at this stage, there is no budget ask for this project. However, planning services would be looking to allocate the time within our staff work plans to accommodate the project through 2023. And we're looking for council's blessing in principle to begin this work early in the new year. So I'll pause there and look for any discussion and feedback from council.
Thanks, Carl. We've got Councillor Robinson.
Hi, Carl. I am no expert in this at all, but I've got a couple of items that I don't understand in this report. First, council put money into the current budget to be used as for a heritage conservation study. This study hasn't yet gone out for tender. Why not? And second of all, wouldn't it be advisable to do this study first, find out what we're good at, what we need to improve on, and what did we not think of before developing a strategic plan and having to change it later? It just looks to me like we're putting the cart before the horse. And I could be totally wrong with that, but that's just the way I see it. Anyway, that's all I've got to say.
Carl?
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor, for the questions. The question about the with respect to the for the HCD, that was certainly discussed internally, and for the good part of the year, actually, we there were a number of other projects, such as the zoning bylaw and the new community improvement plan that operationally were identified as strategic priorities, given the staff resources that we have in planning services. We do have, with the addition of the new planner one in our office, that does give us the opportunity now to look at certainly heritage as well as other items, and focus on those if so directed by council.
Okay.
Any Councillor McKenna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carl, I'm supportive of your recommendation. I do understand. I think I do. I would beg to differ a little bit with Councillor Robinson, just around the timing. If you did the Heritage District study first and you came forward with recommendations, I would ask, how does that fit into the larger heritage environment that we live in? And to look at it in isolation, I would prefer either of them done simultaneously so that I would have the whole picture in front of me when I went to respond to the Heritage District results. So I would like as much information as possible. My question is, if we did them simultaneously, would they both start and end around the same time so that they would converge with complementary reports coming to us close to the same time? Or would one take a couple of years and one take a few months? Could you comment on that?
Carl?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. It is the Heritage Conservation District Plan is it is an involved process. It starts with a study that identifies a potential study area and looks at its attributes, and then leads potentially into the development of a plan itself that includes certain policies that apply to that study area, that akin to heritage designation, that where any development or changes would broadly need to meet with that plan. And depending on the boundaries selected would certainly inform the complexity of the plan, how many people we consult. Certainly consultation is something that should be done early and often in the development of an HCD, but it is typically something that from what I've seen in other municipalities, it does typically tend to take a couple of years, whereas the strategic plan of the scope that staff are proposing would be intended to run more or less, or at least run more or less throughout the earlier, say, 3/4 of 2023. So if they're initiated at roughly the same time, which they could be, it's the strategic plan would likely be done first, but that would not preclude work from ongoing with the HCD, and there's no reason why a strategic plan cannot include policies supporting, say, the continuation of a heritage conservation district study that's ongoing, if that's if so directed by council. But certainly they can run together, but to answer your question, the strategic plan would likely be done earlier, as it is a higher level, including certain recommendations, and those recommendations are the ones that are likely going to fulfilling those are going to take more time and consideration. Maybe the HCD maybe the strategic plan suggests looking at HCDs in other parts of the town, if that is identified as something, but they certainly can run together, or at least be started together.
Thank you. If I may just have one supplementary, Mr. Chair. Just again, Carol, do we go into the Heritage District study with saying, this is what we want, where should it be, and how would we implement it? Or do we go into it asking, what is it? Do we actually need it? And then come up with different options? How is it framed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is those are some of the issues and options that we would be looking for council to consider. I think at this point, with respect to an HCD, some of the key issues are going to be boundaries, and that's going to guide how we want to proceed. And beforehand, we would be investigating, of course, whether an HCD is the appropriate legislative tool we have to implement council's to implement our objective of certainly conserving the heritage resources we have downtown. But I think that's a good question, and staff will be in the upcoming month or so, we can certainly report back to council on some of those kickoff details about the next steps of the HCD process.
Thanks, Carl. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry if I should know this, so I'll play the new card, but has previous council determined that the Heritage Conservation District is a priority? Is that why this conversation is happening?
CO Morris, do you want to?
Yeah, so my recollection is the direction from the previous council was to undertake a study to determine what it would take to implement a heritage conservation district. And perhaps what we could do is to redistribute the report that Mr. Grenke did at the time that might give new members of council some insight, and previous members might help jog their memory as to how that conversation unfolded.
Councillor Quinn.
Yes, I'm wondering why there was money set aside for a study. There must have been reasons for that decision to have been made, and now to decide not to do that study is making me concerned. There's always things that are learned out of a study, and are we trying to move here too fast and not look at all the information? Should we not be taking the time to do the study so we can have a clear picture of exactly where we're going? I'm sure, I'm feeling that the study was wanted, or it would never have been put into council to come forward. So I'm concerned about it not being happening. I think we need to do that. I think we need to take our time and do that study.
Carl, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm, the staff are not recommending that the heritage conservation study be removed or displaced. Through the upcoming budget discussions, we are recommending that the capital budget for that project be carried forward into 2023. So the strategic plan is proposed in addition to, rather than as a replacement for, the Heritage Conservation District study.
Thanks, Carl. We've got Councillor Brennan, Mayor Franco, Councillor Brennan, then Councillor Miller again.
Thank you. Considering this is to run parallel with the HCD study, or to some extent, and considering the time of night, considering we have new members of council who have not seen that previous report, I'm wondering if we could pause discussion on this for this evening, circulate that report, and revisit in January.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay with that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so we'll defer this with no direction tonight.
Yep. That's just what I was going to say.
Okay, great. So we got consensus to postpone this one.
Yes.
Lots of great reading on HCDs coming up for everybody. Thank you, Carl. I believe you've got one more with us, right? The terms of reference.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This one will be the quickest of my reports. At the last planning advisory. At the last committee of the whole, council considered new terms of reference for the Municipal Heritage Committee, and there were recommended additions to that terms of reference to open the door to accommodate non-residents within our Municipal Heritage Committee. So we've added one important sentence to the terms of reference that are included in the report. So just to highlight a couple of tweaks, staff are also favorable to including in discussion just a couple of final additional tweaks to the proposed terms of reference. One of those is in section 3.1, so to change residents to eligible voters. So priority will be given to eligible voters of the municipality. That's in keeping with more consistent with wording in the Municipal Act. Also a proposal to remove an extra punctuation mark within that same section. There is with respect to the new procedural bylaw that was recently added by council as well. Just moving into section 6 of the proposed terms of reference, we wanted to highlight as well another opportunity that the council representative of the committee can address council. So reports to council suggest ways in which that can be done through committee meeting minutes or motions included or appended to staff reports, delegations to committee of the whole, or through director updates or correspondence items to committee of the whole. So along the lines of the new procedural bylaw that we've adopted, we also propose to add a new section, the council representative reports or updates in accordance with the procedural bylaws. So in this case, the council representative can give updates to council as council representatives can do with any of the committees, or alternatively, the council representative can give reports to council as a priority item on the committee of the whole schedule. And that does not displace the process that we can also follow where staff can bring forward a report on heritage business as we have often done in the past. So with those changes in mind, staff are recommending that we the council adopts the new terms of reference for the Municipal Heritage Committee.
Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm supportive of the staff recommendation. I do have a suggestion, and I wonder how the committee would feel about often what we found in reviewing the terms of reference for all of our committees is they don't, unless we build in a process to review those terms of reference, sometimes they can slip by a number of years. So I wondered about at the halfway point, the 2-year mark of the committee, that they as a committee review their own terms of reference to ensure if there's any tweaking or if there's anything that's stale in those terms of reference, if they need to be updated. It wouldn't take much, one agenda item midway through, and it may be a good process for other committees to consider the halfway mark, just reviewing the terms of reference, and if they see things that need to be changed, bring that forward to council. I just wonder what council thinks about that.
Thanks, Councillor McKenna. Do we want to do a straw poll on that if there's no comments on it? Is support for that? I'm seeing thumbs up. Mayor Penko. Just support. Okay, great. So that's there's agreement there. Senior Planner Grenke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the question I have is this something that we would be looking to encapsulate within the terms of reference for the MHC or for all of our terms of reference, or is this intended as general direction that 2 years into the mandate, the committees look at doing this on our own and making sure that the terms are up to date? I agree wholeheartedly that terms of reference need to be kept. We need to monitor them and make sure they continue to make sense.
Yeah, Carl, that's a great point. I think the way I interpreted it, maybe it's better to go into the procedural bylaw and then it applies to all committees. Councillor McKenna, is that what you're
committees, if I may, Mr. Chair, committees that where it is makes sense. Some committees it may not. They may be legislated, but adding if you don't write it in, they get forgotten. That's all. It's the procedural bylaw might be the exact place. I would just ask staff to come back with a suggestion if it's workable, and if it's not practical, I can live with that as well.
CO Morris.
Yeah, I think there appears to be consensus to embed such language in this committee mandate. So I would suggest proceeding with that this evening, and we'll come back after a review of other committees and make a recommendation to potentially change the procedural bylaw.
Great, thanks, CO Morris. So there's clear direction on Councillor McKenna's suggestion. I've got 2 suggestions based on some reading of the procedural bylaw as well. The first is that under membership 3.1, I would suggest we make the committee shall be composed of not fewer than 5 members appointed by the council. That's right out of the act that legislates it. And then I suggest that we combine A and B as they're written right now and say up to or no more than 2 council members shall be appointed to the committee. And or a maximum of 2 council members and a maximum of 6 citizen members. Seeing the spreadsheet we filled out, I don't see that there's 2 council members that are interested right at this time. And this would give some flexibility there, keeping the minimum quorum of 5 as the act prescribes, but giving some flexibility when we've all got lots of committees to serve on. Is there any feelings on that one either way, or is somebody had a change of heart and really wants to join now? I'm seeing 1 thumbs up. 2, 3. Okay, I'm 4, 5. Okay, and the second one was this is more of a streamlining for process under 6B. It says delegations to committee of the whole. Based on the procedural bylaw 10.16.1, reports from local boards and advisory committees shall be submitted in writing by the chair or secretary. When such reports are requesting council action, they shall include appropriate motions for consideration. So I just suggest we change that from delegations to reports to committee of the whole. And the advantage to that is if we come as a delegation, then we need to be put on a future committee of the whole agenda. So the discussion happens twice. If it's just comes in 1 report, it's much like Director Manhire's Honeywell report, where the presentation happens within a staff report and it's more streamlined that way. Is there any questions, comments, feedback on that one? Any thumbs up? Great. Okay, I'm seeing consensus from that. So is there clear direction on the terms of reference that we can approve as edited? Excellent. Okay, great. So we're slowly but surely getting through this. 8.5 is committee appointments with Director Costello, and myself and Councillor Robinson have or at least I've got a conflict, so I'm going to defer the chair to Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. Bringing forward our committee appointments this evening. So earlier this evening, council debated in camera some committee appointments for Police Services Board as well as Planning Advisory Committee. So with council's approval, I'd like to bring forward a resolution this evening to formally appoint Rob Dobson to the Police Services Board, as well as Jacqueline Grimes, John Wanless, MJ DiPietro, Stephen McGuire, and Yvonne Robert to the Planning Advisory Committee. We'd like to add 1 small piece to the Planning Advisory Committee, just because a meeting has been booked for this week, that the PAC membership or the PAC appointments would take effect until December 16th, 2022. So with council's concurrence, we'd like to bring forward a resolution this evening.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just note that Councillor Robinson has left the meeting as he had a conflict, so he's not here. And so we're good to go. We've discussed this and everyone's good with this. Okay, so that'll come forward
This evening,
pretty soon.
pretty soon.
Okay. And I'll ask for a motion. Oh, I don't need a motion to get it. Okay, we could bring Councilor McGuire back. Right?
Yeah, I'll just message them quickly.
Oh. So part 2 of the discussion would be for council to discuss the council appointees to our various boards and commissions. Earlier today, Deputy Clerk Bennett distributed the master list of who has put their name forward to sit on what board and committee. So we've got the Airport Commission. We have Councillor Brennan, Councillor Quinn, and Mayor Panko, who have put their name forward, and that commission allows for the mayor and 2 council members. So if the group concurs, that appointee can go, or appointment can go forward. For the Downtown Business Association, we need 1 member of council, and we've got Councillor Miller and Councillor Robinson who have put their name forward. So if council wanted to discuss, we only need 1 member for that, for the DBA, and 2 have put their name forward.
Thanks, Director Costello. Councillor Robinson.
I worked in retail most of my life, so you know, I feel like I've got a little bit of experience in something on these committees. You know, I kind of have the knowledge that, you know, to help with what a business needs to do business, and to be able to relay that to both you know, members of the DBA and the council. Other than that, you know, that's why I was interested in it.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Miller, did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you. So, you know, historically, Smiths Falls and many other municipalities have boasted both a business improvement association and a chamber of commerce. As the economy has been changing, funding's getting tighter, sustaining both organizations is becoming more challenging as individual organizations. And now that we're adding the difficulty in attracting and retaining staff, I think it's more and more important to look at how we support our business community differently. So I actually have put my name forward to approach our liaison work a little bit differently. And I put my name forward for the DBA and the chamber, thinking that if we had cross-representation with one council rep that sits on both committees, perhaps we could influence and have a goal of encouraging and supporting both those organizations and us as a town to work in a more cohesive manner. So that's my intent of applying for both committees. In terms of experience in my former role as manager of ECDEV, I did work to build a cohesive approach with the town, the DBA, and the chamber, approaching events and development opportunities as a team. I know the local business owners well. I've got experience in the private sector, and not-for-profit, and in ECDEV. So that's my pitch there.
Thanks, Councillor Miller. Any questions or comments? So how do we just want to go to a straw vote on this, or how? I guess, yeah, if there's no questions, comments, that's how we'll proceed.
Yep.
So all those in favor of Councillor Robinson? And all those in favor of Councillor Miller? Sorry, can we get the hands again? It's some of the cameras aren't giving great was there 4 there? Okay.
I saw Mayor Panko, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Quinn, Councillor Brennan. Those are the ones I saw.
Okay, if we've got 4, then that's the direction. Okay.
Lanark County, that was appointed at our last meeting. Accessibility, Councillor McGuire has put his name forward. We could appoint 1 additional member, but it is not necessary. So if nobody else is interested at this time, Councillor McGuire could be appointed.
Mayor Panko?
Yeah, that's something I would be willing to sit on as well. I think it's critically important.
Great, thanks, Mayor Panko. And that still needs more community representatives to come forward. So if you're watching and you may be eligible or interested, please contact the town for your application. Director Costello.
Thank you for that pitch. I appreciate that. Police Services Board, we need the mayor is on that board, and we
Can't vote on this either.
Oh. Just make sure Deputy Clerk Bennett has that noted. Police Services Board, Mayor Panko has put his name forward. He is on that board as the mayor. We need 1 councillor appointment, and we have Councillor Brennan, Councillor McGuire, and Councillor Quinn who have put their names forward.
Thanks, Director Costello. Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, it feels like election night. Yeah, I put my name in here. I've been around for 12 years now. I haven't sat on this board. I'm intimately familiar with our police services board, the importance that we have as a police services board, as a standalone police force. The function that it plays is vitally important. I think I've got the knowledge of the issues around it, and I'd like to do it.
Thanks, Councillor Brennan. Councillor Quinn, did you want to?
And I have sat on the police service board. So for somebody new to go on and learn what's there, I think it's very important. So I have no problem with someone else taking a spot there. There's lots of committees. We're not going to be sitting around doing nothing. So I'm fine if someone else takes over. If not, I'm quite willing to go on the police service board. I do believe in our police service that we have.
Thanks, Councillor Quinn. Yeah, I'm interested in serving on the Police Services Board for another term. There's quite the learning curve with the Police Services Board that I've been able to understand the Police Services Act better, how the board interacts with council and interacts with the force. As a member of the board, I'd like to see better integration between the annual reports and the business plan that's created every 3 years. I also know that there's been a lot of change in management at the police services over the last few years, and which is likely to continue. So I think continuity on the board will be important, as there'll be some big hirings, there'll be contract negotiations coming up. I think having our own police service gives us the unique opportunity to try out innovative programs like the mental health IM and mental health nurse program, but I think there's a lot more we could be doing to leverage the independence of our own police force to create a really innovative, progressive, and effective police service for the town. So that's why I put my name forward. This is awkward. I don't know how to. I guess it's a straw vote. This is the worst meeting of the year when we do this. All those in favor of Councillor Brennan? And all those in favor of myself? Thanks. I see 4 votes. I appreciate your confidence. Director Costello.
Thank you. Public Library, Councillor Miller has put her name forward, so that one doesn't need, if everybody concurs with that, we can bring that one forward. Planning Advisory, we need 2 appointments, and we've had 4 members put their name forward. Councillors Brennan, Quinn, McGuire, and Robinson have put their names forward for that committee.
Great.
So
Can we get Councillor Robinson back in the meeting? Welcome back, Councillor Robinson. Who wants to kick off the discussion on this one?
What are we,
Planning Advisory.
okay. I kind of was interested in helping shape the direction of the town. I think that's a very important job. And I was just interested, you know, I'm sure there's lots of councillors who knew nothing about that, about the operation of that board when they first started, but they learned, and I'm eager to learn. And so anyway, I put my name forward for that too.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Brennan, you're sorry, is that your hand or? No, okay. Anybody else want to go next? Who else? Councillor Quinn?
It is a very important board. They all are, but there's a lot of work to be done here, and planning is major and something that we definitely need to be looking at and making sure we're going in the right direction. That's why I put my name in for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Quinn. If Councillor Brennan, I'll go if you don't. Okay. I put my name in for this one because of my engineering background. I've worked for a conservation authority where I've reviewed the stormwater management plans for planning files. I've also been involved in projects on the other side of it. So I'd like to learn more about this. I think it's a detail-oriented committee where there's a opportunity to influence our files at the early stages when we could have those conversations with the developers. Because from the last term in council, I've learned that by the time it gets to council, a lot of this stuff is already decided, and it's important to have those conversations earlier in the process. So for that reason, I put my name in for this. I think that my professional experience can be leveraged well in the role, and I'd love to dig into it more. Okay, so we got two now, so how are we gonna do this? Sorry, Councillor Brennan, did you want to, no, you're just,
I was scratching my head. No, I've been on it for a while, so I'm familiar with it. I'd like to stay on it.
okay, so I guess I'll just go through in the order that it's on the table here. So all those in favor of reappointing Councillor Brennan? 2, 3, abstain 4. All those, okay, all those in favor of myself? Seeing 2, 3, 1, just 2. Okay, all those in favor of Councillor Quinn? Sorry. Was that 2? And all those in favor of Councillor Robinson? 2, 3. So we're,
I'm sorry, is it 2 positions or 1?
2.
2 positions.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so what we got, I think there was consensus for Councillor Brennan to return. Do we want to go through this again with the remaining 3?
If we could, we didn't have majority for any of the remaining 3.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, so Councillor Brennan will be appointed to the PAC. For the second position, there's myself. 1, we've got Councillor Quinn and Councillor Robinson. Okay, so 3 for Councillor Robinson. So that's it, right? We're good.
You can vote for yourself, Councillor Robinson, so, and
Now we have majority.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Director
Health unit, we only have Peter Councillor McKenna put his name forward. We need 1 rep for that committee, so we're good for that. The Housing Authority, this is not the Housing Advisory Committee, as a reminder. This is the Housing Authority. We need 1 council appointee, and we've had Councillor Robinson and Mayor Panko put their name forward.
Councillor McKenna.
just a point of clarification, Mr. Chair. The Housing Authority is wholly owned entity of the county, and the board of directors are made up of the council members who have been appointed. It's not a separate, if we sent anyone other than the 2 county reps, they wouldn't get in the door. So it comes part and parcel of the appointment to the county. There's not a separate, it's not a separate process.
I think it was until 2016, 18, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
But now it's community service committee.
Works for me.
So that one's status quo then.
Hmm.
For the Perth and Smiths Falls District Hospital, we have Mayor Panko, but we need to have an alternate assigned to that board as well. And nobody has put their name forward for that.
See Councillor McKenna, please stand up.
If it's all right with the committee, I would be an alternate.
Not seeing any hands up, so I think you got it.
No worries, Peter. I haven't missed too many.
And again, point of order, does the bylaws of the hospital actually allow an alternate to, that surprises me, that they would. They do. Okay, thank you.
Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, I haven't had anybody put their name forward for that. No takers?
Can we defer that, Mayor Panko?
If I can speak to it. In the past, I think prior to, I can't remember which bill it was, but anyway, Bill 20, anyway, there could be citizen appointees, but that's no longer the case. Now we have to have a council appointee. So I served over the last term, and it is it's an enlightening experience. There is, you're delving into areas which I personally had not been involved in before. So it's very informative and educational. The meetings are once a month on Thursdays at 6:30, I believe it usually is. And so far they've been proceeding with hybrid meetings. So you could attend over the last 6-8 months, has been back either in person or virtual. And so in person is just outside of Manitic. And of course, many people simply tune in virtually, which has been easier over the last few years.
Maybe we can come back to that one after.
Okay, defer that one to the end. Child Development Center, we need one council appointee and nobody put their name forward.
Since this one also doesn't have the public component together yet, maybe we can defer it to an earlier night.
We'll defer that one to a future meeting. Heritage House Museum, we need one member. We've had councillors Brennan, Miller, Quinn, and Robinson put their name forward.
I'd be happy to withdraw my name from this one.
Great, thanks, Councillor Miller. Anyone want to speak to this one? Councillor Quinn? You're muted. Would anybody else like to speak to it? Well, Councillor Quinn's.
Councillor Quinn's trying to get on there. I'd be willing to withdraw my name from that as well. With the other two, we can fight it out between the two of them.
I think
Councillor
Councillor Quinn is
I
unmuted.
did. I finally took my mute off. I'm quite happy to withdraw my name from this.
So Councillor Brennan, is there appointee for the Heritage House?
Heritage House Museum, Councillor Brennan. We had one member bring their name forward for Municipal Heritage Committee. That was Councillor McGuire, so there's no discussion needed on that one. And Racism and Discrimination Task Force, both Councillor McKenna and Mayor Panko brought their name forward. That meets the requirements of the terms of reference, so no decision is required for that one. Sorry, I'm taking notes at the same time. The Chamber of Commerce rep, typically we have 2 members, and we've had councillors Brennan, Miller, Quinn, and Robinson put their name forward.
Would anybody like to speak to Chamber of Commerce? Councillor Robinson?
I'll go first. I was of the same mind as Councillor Miller about both the DBA and the Chamber of Commerce. I feel that anybody who sits on one committee should probably be on the other one anyway. But you know, and my justification would be basically the same idea. You know, I do have experience in retail, and you know, don't know if I can do anything or help them, but I'd be certainly willing to try.
Great, thanks, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Brennan? You're muted.
Must have been a lie. I support Stephen and Jennifer to be on the chamber. I'll draw my name, and I want both of you guys to go for it.
Councillor Quinn?
I have to agree with that. I think they'd make a great pair.
Great, so we've got, okay, so I see, can we skip the ones that nobody's signed up for tonight and go to the Arts and Culture Council?
So the Arts and Culture Council, we've had Councillor Miller put her name forward and one member is required. So we can bring forward Councillor Miller if there's no objection.
Great. I'm not seeing any hands up.
Great.
So then we're back to ones that we don't have, nobody has put their name forward with, and that's Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, Railway Museum Advisory Board, REAL, Cataraqui Management, Drug Strategy, and Rideau Corridor Landscape Strategy.
Councillor McKenna.
Oh, thank you. On the drug strategy, there are changes coming. A number of the municipalities in Lanark, Leeds, Grenville are following Lanark County's lead and moving towards the Planet Youth, Lanark County and Smiths Falls. It's a different approach around the drug strategy. It's more current and there's actually resources with it. So it may be redundant, but I don't know that. And I don't know where that decision will get made. Public health is working on that with local municipalities to come up with the different strategies. So I would wait to appoint someone to that until we see where it's going. I can follow up on that.
Good advice.
Councillor Robinson.
I'd be willing to put my name for the Railway Museum Advisory Board.
Good, thanks, Councillor Robinson. Mayor Panko.
I guess considering my experience in the RVCA, and I think there's a learning curve in that environment. You're dealing with things we don't deal with at our level that often. So I will volunteer to remain as a representative for the RVCA if no one else is interested.
Thanks, Mayor Panko. That's a huge commitment. Any other ones for tonight, or do we leave the rest until next time? Not seeing any hands up. I think that's as much as we can do for tonight.
Okay, I'll have Nadine maybe recirculate the list of lingering committees and you can all maybe give some thought to it in the meantime.
Great, thank you, Director Costello. So Nadine, that brings us to the end, I think. What's next?
There was the acquisition of land and no,
8.6.
CO Morris is going to speak to it yet.
Great, CO Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're seeking direction from committee and hopefully council later this evening to pursue the purchase of a small piece of real estate presently owned by the Quickie Convenience Esso store on the northwest quadrant of the intersection of Beckwith and Elmsley. We need this small piece of land to make modifications to accessibility at that intersection and provide improvements to ensure it's fully accessible.
All right, thanks, CO Morris. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, I think thumbs up for the direction of staff. Great. So with that, I think we can move to adjournment. Anyone moving? Councillor Robinson, second by Councillor Quinn, that the committee adjourn its proceedings at 8:53 p.m. and stand so adjourned until the next newly called committee meeting. All those in favor? That is carried. We'll take a brief break as we move into our council meeting.
will be on shortly. We're just waiting on the resolution for the council appointments.
Okay, so
So thank you everyone for your patience. So I'll just go through this quickly, and these motions were sent to council by email. So council will be adding from the previous committee of the whole meeting. Bylaw 7.2, that's the terms of reference for the MHC, and I put that with Councillor Miller. So that is as written on the agenda.
Sorry, Nadine, which one was that?
7.2.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you would be a mover, you just need to confirm a seconder for the mayor.
Okay.
pick a hand.
Sorry, I was reading it because I was trying to remember what we talked about. This has gone really late.
Yeah,
Whose hand was up? Stephen, was it yours?
Peter had his up.
All right. Peter, it is.
okay.
Okay, and then we are going to add another bylaw, 7.3. That's a bylaw to authorize execution of a purchase and sale agreement. So that's been sent out by email, and I've got Councillor Quinn moving that one. I don't see her on here, but she is moving that one.
Okay, who wants to second that? Will?
I will.
Okay, Steve, thank you. Okay, and make sure I get the
Okay.
wording for that. Yes, okay,
Then miscellaneous motion 8.1, the CIP and the modified wording has been sent out by email, and that is with Councillor McKenna.
okay. Jennifer seconding.
Yeah.
Okay. 8.2,
And then we have 8.2, which is the citizen appointments that was sent out by email, and that is with Councillor McGuire.
sorry, 8.2's changed then, right? I thought the working plan committee. It's not the CIP working plan committee, that's the,
CIP working plan committee is 8.1, and that's with Peter.
oh, 8 point, that's 8 point.
It's already written on the agenda.
Sorry, no, the 8.2 on my agenda is the CIP working committee. That's changed?
Yes. That's the same, 8.2.
Is it?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. I was looking at the cow.
No,
So that was Councillor McGuire.
I'm not doing that one. I'm voting against it.
Or was that Councillor Quinn that did that one? Sorry.
So,
8.2.
sorry, Counselor McKenna has 8.1. And then my apologies, 8.2 is with Counselor Miller.
Okay.
8, and then 8.3 is the citizen appointments, and that is with Counselor McGuire.
Sorry, which email's that?
You had me on that one, Nadine,
Oh, my.
my email.
And the brothers on that, so I'm not gonna do that one.
Sorry, citizen appointments, yes, is with Counselor Brennan.
Seconded by Peter.
And then
Do Chris and I back out of that, or can we just not vote?
Just have to turn off our cameras and microphones.
Okay.
And I'm doing 8.2. Is that what you said, Nadine? Yes.
yeah,
Could I have a seconder, please?
I will.
Thanks, Stephen.
and then sorry, Jay, I had you both down for both, so I'm going to give this council appointments will be with Counselor McGuire. 'Cause You had both resolutions back to back there, so I will give it to Counselor McGuire. So
That's 8.4.
sorry, 8.4, yes. I'm just gonna open the agenda here.
Okay, it'll be a real miracle if we pull this off without getting all confused, but
We'll go slowly.
4 hours here.
Okay, sorry, I'm council appointments.
Yeah, your seconder, Chris?
Don,
Yes,
Okay.
Nadine, before we get into the meeting, who was the seconder for my motion of the purchase?
I think it was me. I
Okay,
think.
I had you, but no, I wasn't sure. Thank you.
And Jay, you got a seconder for confirming proceedings?
No, I don't.
Sorry?
I
You
don't.
Volunteer?
Oh, I will.
Don?
Don Quinn.
It's only 2 syllables, it's quicker.
That's 7.1.
Yeah. Yeah, then Stephen Robinson takes more time to say that. We hear you.
Mr. Robinson. They wrote a song about him.
No, that was my mother, Mrs. Robinson.
Oh, it's Mrs. Robinson. Yeah, I forgot.
And Steve, you have the final say with adjournment. Who's your seconder?
Well, I don't know. Jay's normally got his hand up for that.
Jay's.
That's my specialty.
He's good for that.
So Mayor Pingo, just to confirm, we've added 1 bylaw and then 2 resolutions.
Okay, I'm trying to get my emails down pat here. Make sure I got. So the CIP resolution is with Peter. The citizen committee appointees. That is with Jay.
Okay, yeah. And then council appointees is with Counselor McGuire.
Okay, yeah, they're all identified there. Okay. Okay, I'll do it my best here. If I mess it up, we still survive. Okay, everyone ready?
Maybe.
Maybe we'll find out. Okay, Nadine, are we just go live or we?
We are live, so
Yep.
you can
Okay.
go ahead.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I think we've got ourselves sorted out here. I'd like to welcome you to this meeting with Smith Falls Town Council for Monday, December 12th, an open meeting with our land acknowledgement. On December 12th, 2022, we acknowledge that the sacred land on which Smith Falls is now located has been a site of human activity for over 10,000 years and has a rich in Indigenous history. This land is the ancestral and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. We're grateful to the Algonquin ancestors who cared for the land and water in order we might meet here today. We're also grateful to the Algonquin people for their contribution in the making of the Rideau Canal, which runs through Smith Falls. We're mindful of broken covenants and the need to reconcile with all our relations. Together, may we care for this land and each other, drawn on the strength of our mutual history of nation building through peace and friendship and being mindful of generations to come. I'll call the meeting to order. Just for those who are following at home, We have added item 7.3, which was out on the posted agenda, which is a purchase and sale of property. And we added items 8.3, citizen appointees to committees, and 8.4, council appointees to committees. I'll ask for, I have no announcements myself other than that, unless we disclose your monetary interest. I assume we have a couple members.
Actually, I will when
Yes.
the police come up.
So
Sorry, yeah, I just don't know the number.
So Councillor Robinson, you are declaring an interest on item.
8.3, I think, the citizen
8.3.
citizen appointment for the police.
Okay, and Councillor McGuire, you said you have,
8.3 as well with the planning advisory appointments.
okay, thank you, so duly noted. No delegations, no adoption of minutes. I assume no reports this evening. Okay, we're moving right into our business, our bylaws. The first one is with Councillor Brennan, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Quinn, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at its meetings on the 15th and 21st days of November 2022 be received and read a first time and taken as read a second time.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Brennan and seconded by Councillor Quinn, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at its meetings of the 15th and 21st days of November 2022 be received, read a first time and taken as read a second time. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Discussion, Councillor Brennan?
Yeah, this is procedural, but it's important to confirm our proceedings and the minutes will be posted.
Thank you. May I have a third reading, please?
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Quinn, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at its meetings on the 15th and 21st days of November 2022 be now read a third time and finally passed, signed, sealed, and numbered 103/99/2022.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Brennan and seconded by Councillor Quinn, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at its meetings on the 15th and 21st days of November 2022 be now read a third time and finally passed, signed, sealed, and numbered 10399/2022. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Miller, you have our second bylaw.
Thank you. So, moved by myself and seconded by Peter McKenna, Councillor McKenna, that a bylaw to adopt the terms of reference for the Municipal Heritage Committee be received and read a first time and taken as read a second time.
Thank you. It is moved by Councillor Miller and seconded by Councillor McKenna, that a bylaw to adopt the terms of reference for the Municipal Heritage Committee be received or read a first time and taken as read a second time. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Discussion, Councillor Miller?
So we made some changes here specifically around accepting applications from non-residents and a few other housekeeping pieces to clean up this this piece of work.
Thank you. Any further comments? May I have a third reading, please?
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McKenna, that a bylaw to adopt the terms of reference for the Municipal Heritage Committee be now read a third time and finally passed, signed, sealed, and numbered 10400-2022.
Thank you. It is moved by Councillor Miller and seconded by Councillor McKenna, that a bylaw to adopt the terms of reference for the Municipal Heritage Committee be now read a third time and finally passed, signed, sealed, and numbered 10400-2022. All in favor? Thank you. That is carried. Councillor Quinn, you have our final bylaw.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Robinson, that a bylaw to authorize the execution of the purchase and sale agreement, a bylaw 104001/2022, that bylaw to purchase and sale agreement be received and read a first time and taken as read a second time. Sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Quinn and seconded by Councillor Robinson, that a bylaw to adopt a purchase and sale agreement be received at a first time and taken as read a second time. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Discussion, Councillor Quinn?
This is a piece of property that we're going to purchase just at the top end of Beckwith Street and Elmsley Street. The reason being that there's some problems there with traffic flow and accessibility. And so this is going to correct the problem. A very small piece of property that has to be purchased, and we'll move forward with that.
Yes, thank you. It's only about 8 square meters, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Any further comment? Maybe a third reading, please.
moved by myself, second by Councillor Robinson, that a bylaw to adopt a purchase and sale agreement be now read a third time and finally passed, signed, sealed, and numbered 10401/2022.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Quinn and seconded by Councillor Robinson, that a bylaw to adopt a purchase and sale agreement be now read a third time and finally passed, signed, sealed, and numbered 10401/2022. All in favor? Thank you. And note, I guess that means 400 bylaws passed, I assume, in 2022 or 4001 now with, sorry, 401 with that final bylaw of the year. Thank you. Resolutions, on to Councillor McKenna, please.
Yes, Your Worship, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miller, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Smith Falls support the activation of the following incentive programs under the Smith Falls Community Improvement Plan for the 2023 year. Program 1, Exterior Universal Accessibility Improvement Program. 2, Interior Universal Accessibility Improvement Program. 4, Attainable Housing Building Permit Fee and Planning Application Fee Rebate. 6, Attainable Housing Additional Residential Unit Rebate. 7, Attainable Housing and Universal Accessibility Co-application. Program 8, Brownfield Environmental Site Assessment Rebate. 10, Brownfield Building Permit Fee and Planning Application Fee Rebate. 11, Brownfield Development Charge Deferral Program. 13, Front, Side, and Rear Facade Improvement Rebate. 14, Building Restoration, Renovation and Improvement Program. And 15, Downtown and Waterfront Area Revitalization and Universal Accessibility Co-application. And further that, Council directs staff to include an allocation of $100,000 to the Community Improvement Plan Reserve to support the administration of the activated programs as part of the draft budget. And further, that Council directs staff to proceed with a working committee consisting of prescribed staff representative and committee responsibilities in accordance with the Smith Falls Community Improvement Plan.
Thank you. Further discussion, please, Councillor McKenna.
Yes, the previous term of council, the Community Improvement Plan has been around for at least 4 or 5 years. And this previous council entertained a study to update it and improve it and broaden its scope. And in doing that, a consultant was hired. The Community Improvement Program outline was presented to council, and council enhanced, in essence, the programs that are available for some modest funding. So if you live within the area that is identified and you want to do improvements either to your exterior, some accessibility improvements, inside and out, some attainable housing, etc. This spring, you'll be able to apply for some grant money, some rebates perhaps, and then that would go through a committee and the recommendations would come back to council staff and to council for approval. And council has set aside some money in next year's budget to actually fund this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. It is moved by Councillor McKenna and seconded by Councillor Miller. The Council of the Corporation of the Town of Smith Falls support the activation of the following incentive programs under the Smith Falls Community Improvement Plan for 2023 year. Program 1, Exterior Universal Accessibility Improvement Program. Program 2, Interior Universal Accessibility Program. Program 4, Attainable Housing Building Permit Fee and Planning Application Fee Rebate. Program 6, Attainable Housing Additional Residential Unit Rebate. Program 7, Attainable Housing and Universal Accessibility Co-application. Program 8, Brownfield Environmental Site Assessment Rebate. Program 10, Brownfield Building Permit Fee and Planning Application Fee Rebate. Program 11, Brownfield Development Charge Deferral Program. Program 13, Front Side and Rear Facade Improvement Rebate. Program 14, Building Restoration, Renovation and Improvement Program. And Program 15, Downtown and Waterfront Area Revitalization and Universal Accessibility Co-application. And further, the council directs staff to include an allocation of $100,000 to the Community Improvement Plan Reserve to support the administration of the activated programs as part of the draft budget. And further, council directs staff to proceed with a working committee consisting of prescribed staff representation and committee responsibilities in accordance with the Smith Falls Community Improvement Plan. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, on to item 8.2. That is with Councillor Miller, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Robinson that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Smith Falls directs staff to proceed with a working committee consisting of prescribed staff representation and committee responsibilities in accordance with the Smith Falls Community Improvement Plan.
And discussion, Councillor Miller?
So as Councillor McKenna said, we've made some adjustments to the CIP plan and to the processes, and applications will now go through a working group of assigned staff before they come to council for discussion and decision.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor McGuire.
Thank you, Your Worship. Based on my experience serving on the committee, I don't believe that a staff working committee is going to be an effective way to analyze these projects. And I'm disappointed that there's no representation from the Accessibility Committee on this, so I will not be supporting this tonight and ask for a recorded vote.
That's fine. Thank you. Any further comment? It is moved by Councillor Miller and seconded by Councillor Robinson. The Council of the Corporation of Town of Smith Falls directs staff to proceed with a working committee consisting of prescribed staff representation and committee responsibilities in accordance with the Smith Falls Community Improvement Plan. Deputy Clerk Bennett, a recorded vote has been requested.
With respect to the Smith Falls Community Improvement Plan Working Committee, please state yay or nay. Councillor Brennan,
Yay.
Councillor McGuire,
Nay.
Councillor McKenna,
Yay.
Councillor Miller,
Yay.
Councillor Robinson,
Yay.
Councillor Quinn,
Yay.
and Mayor Panko.
Yay.
This motion is carried.
Thank you. On to item 8.3, citizen appointees with Councillor Brennan, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McKenna, that the following citizen members be appointed to represent the town of Smith Falls on committees listed for the 2022-2026 term of council or until the new appointments are made by a resolution. The Police Services Board, Rob Dobson. Planning Advisory Committee, Jacqueline Grimes, John Wanless, MJ DiPietro, Stephen McGuire, and Yvonne Robert. And further, that the Planning Advisory Board appointments take effect December 16th, 2022.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councillor Brennan?
Yes, we just discussed this, and we welcome the interest from our citizens on the Police Services Board and the private Planning Advisory Committee, which is going to be delayed because there is a Planning Advisory Committee meeting from the last term on December 15th, and they need to get a couple of approvals done before the new committee starts. But we welcome everybody to join the town in our functions.
Thank you. Any further discussion? It is moved by Councillor Brennan and seconded by Councillor McKenna that the following citizen members be appointed to represent the town of Smith Falls on the committee listed for the 2022-2026 term of council or until the new appointments are made via resolution. Police Services Board, Rob Dobson. Planning Advisory Committee, Jacqueline Grimes, John Wanless, MJ DiPietro, Stephen McGuire, and Yvonne Robert. And further, that the Planning Advisory Board appointments to take effect December 16th, 2022. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And item 8.4 is with Councillor McGuire, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Quinn, that the following council members be appointed to represent the town of Smith Falls on the committees listed for the 2022 to 2026 term of council, or until the new appointments are made via resolution. Councillor Brennan, Airport Commission, Planning Advisory Committee, Heritage House Museum Advisory Board. Myself, Councillor Chris McGuire, Accessibility Advisory Committee, Police Services Board, Municipal Heritage Committee. Councillor Peter McKenna, Health Unit, Leeds, Granville and Lanark District, Perth and Smith Falls District Hospital Board, Racism and Discrimination Task Force. Councillor Jennifer Miller, Downtown Business Association, Chamber of Commerce, Arts and Culture Council, Public Library Board. Councillor Stephen Robinson, Planning Advisory Committee, Chamber of Commerce, Railway Museum Advisory Board. Councillor Don Quinn, Airport Commission, Mayor Panko, Airport Commission, Accessibility Advisory Board, Perth and Smith Falls District Hospital Board, Racism and Discrimination Task Force, Police Services Board, and Rideau Valley Conservation Authority.
Thank you. Discussion, Councillor McGuire?
It's self-explanatory. Thanks for everybody for signing up. We still have some gaps, so we'll have to take a look at that list for our next meeting in January.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, it's moved by Councillor McGuire and seconded by Councillor Quinn. The following council members be appointed to represent the town of Smith Falls on the committee listed for the 2022-2026 term of council, or until the new appointments are made via resolution. Councillor Jay Brennan, Airport Commission, Planning Advisory Committee, Heritage House Museum Advisory Board. Councillor Chris McGuire, Accessibility Advisory Committee, Police Services Board, Municipal Heritage Committee. Councillor Peter McKenna, Health Unit, Leeds, Granville and Lanark District Health Unit. The Perth and Smith Falls District Hospital Board as an alternate, and Racism Discrimination Task Force. Councillor Jennifer Miller, Downtown Business Association, Chamber of Commerce, Arts and Culture Council, Public Library Board. Councillor Stephen Robinson, Planning Advisory Committee, Chamber of Commerce, Railway Museum Advisory Board. Councillor Don Quinn, Airport Commission. Mayor Panko, Airport Commission, Accessibility Advisory Committee, Perth and Smith Falls District Hospital Board of Directors, Racism Discrimination Task Force, Police Services Board, and Rideau Valley Conservation Authority. All those in favor? And that concludes our official business for the night. Before we go to adjournment, this is our last meeting of 2022. We normally, if we were in person, we would be singing a little Merry Christmas to the community. We tried that via Zoom in years past and it turned out to be a real disaster because we're all on different times. So it was very,
I think,
unfortunately.
Mr. Mayor, I think that
Yes,
it would make more sense if it just you sang and then we'll listen.
Oh, well.
How's that?
You see the laughs now. Just imagine if that's the reality.
Oh, we'll
Well,
try.
I think
We'll support.
as mayor, I think I have the authority to appoint someone to sing, right? Wouldn't that be how it works? How about we can just all take a moment and I will start and we'd all take a moment to say a Merry Christmas to the community individually. So thank you for your support in the past. We hope everyone has a safe and happy holiday season. Merry Christmas and all the best for 2023. Councillor McKenna.
Joyeux Noël, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, peace, love, and understanding.
Thank you, Councillor Quinn.
Merry Christmas to everyone and all the best in the new year. Have to be positive and full of love and sharing. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Councillor McGuire.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays, Smith Falls.
And for the record, Chris, you're the one who would have had sings. We know you can sing. Councillor Miller.
A very Merry Christmas to everyone watching tonight.
Councillor Brennan.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Feliz Navidad.
And Councillor Robinson, since you have the adjournment, I'll give you the final Merry Christmas and we can move into adjournment.
All right. Merry Christmas to everyone in Smith Falls and everyone listening. And on that note, I move by myself, seconded by Councillor Brennan, that this council adjourn its proceedings at 9:31 on Monday, December 12th, and stand so adjourned until the next duly called meeting of council.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Brennan. This council adjourns proceedings at 9:31 p.m. and stands so adjourned until the next duly called meeting of council.